Oh, wrong channel. Why do I keep joining the wrong channel? I can do this. I know I can. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, you're live. Welcome to Game Audio Pro with Andrew. The end. I started. So, I started editing coyote sounds for the canyon.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about the process and how I was going to edit them and how I was going to put it in Wwise and stuff like that. And it was interesting enough to me that I thought, let's stream this. When I first went freelance, I started doing a couple of like game audio topics, and I might start doing that again because this stuff is interesting. There are probably like better tutorials out there for what I'm doing, but you know, I'm just talking through some of the things that I'm thinking about as I do the things. Some of the things that came up to me was like realism. Like I got the coyote sounds, and I started thinking about like like listening to the sample, there's like the coyote calls in the sample. There are like 3 parts to it. There's like there's often like kind of a bark before the main call, and then sometimes there's a bonus call at the end, right? So, and then I'm thinking about, oh, in Wwise we can randomize that because there are like 4 different barks and there are 6 different main calls and there are a couple different bonus calls. And so instead of just having I guess there are 9 main calls. Instead of just having 9 samples that we're randomizing between, we can construct our own performances, right?
Yeah.
So like sometimes you have bark A with middle B with no tail. Sometimes you have bark C with middle A with the bonus tail, right? And then so combinatorially, there are all sorts of different coyote performances you can get. And then as I was thinking about that, I was thinking about like realism. And I'm like, I actually know nothing about realistic coyote howl behavior, right? It's totally just based on the source that we have, right? So at the beginning of the broadcast, I talked about like, what level of realism are we looking for here? Like if we were doing immersive coyotes in spring during mating season behavior sim, then we would care. But the level of realism I think we're looking for here is we're evoking like a fantasy Western environment as coyote sounds that evoke coyotes. Stop me if I'm wrong. we can track down a specific species. But anyway, that's the sort of stuff I'm thinking about.
I also think to keep in mind that we're going for, like you said, almost like I'm sure there's someone out there like Neil deGrasse Tyson was a movie where he's like, the sky was wrong. They were using the wrong stars. And I'm like, dude, like you're the only one that cares. We just need to see stars. Wrong hemisphere. And it's just like, okay, nerd. But it's like, keep in mind that like, this is like, I was just talking to Wade. I have this, ultimate idea, this ultimate vision for spooky, right? And it's like, I'm probably not going to get that. That's like game launch idea, not demo, right? So it's like right now, it's like, yes, maybe you want to be more like thorough about it if you really want, and you want to be able to say like, this is the actual species found at this time of year, whatever. But right now, it's like, we just need that, like that ambient. I feel like I'm, like another example is like a kookaburra. Like a lot of times in jungle scenes in movies, you'll hear a kookaburra no matter where they are, even though it's only found in Australia.
I've heard of the kookaburra. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's kind of the point, is that like we don't know that coyotes live in the same kind of environments that have the kind of rock structures and
I'm just going to be a nerd that's going to go, we've never seen coyotes here.
Nor do we care.
It's like, you don't care.
It's a Western themed level, right?
We're bowling in a VR low poly game through a canyon. Like it's all unrealistic. So
I've said nothing about what the game is, except for like the context of and I'm not gonna show it on the stream either. I'm not gonna go out of my way to hide the name of the Wwise project or anything like that, because I think imminently we're gonna start teasing things about this anyway.
Yeah.
But,
so you're streaming it now?
Sorry. Yeah.
Did you say?
I put that in the group chat. Is that, hey, I'm streaming. Is it okay if I?
Yeah.
And Wade said yes, but apparently didn't communicate that to you. Sorry.
No. I saw that. I just was trying to. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were doing it like through the chat here. So you're doing it. I'm just looking for the link so that I can hear it.
Oh, I didn't stick the link. What do you want? Like Twitch or YouTube
whatever
or Facebook?
Whatever you're streaming it on.
Let's do Twitch, because that's, if you decide to comment, that is probably where the
chat.
Oh, that's someone else's content. Uh, yeah, no, I started streaming, doesn't say, an hour and 20 minutes ago. I like to talk a lot, apparently. Yeah, and I did a lot of talking, but I haven't actually created much content in that time. On Coyote pre-callback bark number 2, it seems. Which I think should be in our Discord soundbar at some point. And watch me do all this, and then you guys hate the coyote sounds. No, different. Use a different file, Andrew. I'm gonna drop the original sample in the chat too, just so y'all can hear what I'm starting with. I think that'll play. Plays for me. I dropped it in the team leads chat.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I like it.
So, and one of the things I was talking about earlier on the channel is that, like, baked into that sound is, well, the idea that we're not going to just loop that as a stereo sound, partly because it's coyotes in the distance, but they're all like dead ahead. And in VR, if you start moving your head around, the distant coyotes are going to move around with you. So, I'm going to split that out and put it at point sources like we did in Spooky with crows and wind and stuff. And also that sound has reverb on it, which you can't really take reverb out of a source, but I'm editing those calls with the idea that we want to put in environmental reverb. So that, the reverb sounds like it's coming from the canyons and the reverb is all around you, rather than the reverb is traveling with the coyote in the distance.
I like it. I think it sounds great.
Cool. That is the unedited source. And I'm in the process of just taking the barks out. And next I'm going to do the main calls, and then I'm going to add the tails. And I forgot to ask, like, how's everyone doing?
Good. I'm just working on
Moving
on the as good as moving can be.
Mm.
Yeah. It's just actually, as far as moving goes, it was pretty smooth. So that was nice.
That's what I like to hear. Yeah, I kind of want to talk to stream about what I'm doing, but then you guys don't care. I'll stay on until Max shows up at least. And also this part is kind of boring because I'm doing bark number 4 of 4, and stream has already seen me do 3 of these, so you don't need me to talk about it probably. How are you doing, Snoot? Any headache today?
No, but there's like this weird, like it's like this chronic congestion. Like it feels like my head is foggy. So it's not a headache, but it's like I just want to be sleeping. So I don't know if I'm
COVID.
still sick. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway,
That's too bad.
yeah, it is too
Sorry
bad.
to hear
But yeah, I'm feeling better though. I mean, other than that, right? Other than being really tired still. I asked Midjourney to give me some ideas, like it did a pretty good job of like, and gave me some inspiration for, like I asked for all the levels, like even for like city, and so I was trying to kind of this mess of what is the spooky file. I'm trying to organize a bit better. Yeah, but I think I know what I want to do for the graveyard. This is to kind of build it. So that's sort of what I'm looking at it right now.
I was thinking about the adventures you're having with random chaotic AI trailer ideas. But it occurred to me that what you did, that little sneak peek trailer video you did was so good. I mean,
Yeah, I can do both.
If you showed me that and told me that like some AI video generator had done that with random cues, I would totally buy that. It was so like, it had that sort of like random chaos aspect to it.
The little Western video.
Yeah.
I was thinking of
It's surreal.
because it's sort of like a showcasing the level. Have you seen like when Walkabout shows their levels, they do almost like fly-throughs. And I just thought that this was a cute way. I mean, it's pulling time away from working on other things, which, like, for example, the graveyard has to get worked on. But, like, it'd be kind of cute if for every level I just made, like, a little mini video of, like that. It's, like, a couple of shots and you see, little Foley or whatever in it.
Well, just like teaser content too, right? Like,
yeah.
Of like random trailer stuff.
Yeah. No, it's a good idea. I'm glad you like it. I would like to do more of it, but it's like, it just boils down to not having, I can only do so much at a time.
It'd be interesting to figure out like that's great for, like you said, for the content for like when we're actually creating a new, like for what do you call it, pitch deck and that kind of stuff. It'd also be cool to figure out how to do that with Unity, to create flybys in Unity.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do camera stuff.
Yeah.
Camera animation. Okay, stream. So, I was part of my science analysis of the coyote call stuff. I'm keeping track. Because we're putting in reverb later dynamically. I'm taking out reverb between the bark and the main call in the file, and I'm keeping track of the distance between it. For science, they all seem to be kind of 100 milliseconds. And we're jotting it down because we're not keeping it in the sample. I thought I found one that was less, but it's actually apples to apples. I think it's the bark is kind of different, but the distance is sort of the same. And is that important? Because I'm going to cut this in a different place. We'll decide later what to do with that in the sound editor. All right. Maybe, because I'm going to talk at stream a little bit. Maybe I'll drop off here and rope me back in so I can say hi to Max. Or if you guys need any.
Sounds good.
Like leave Discord?
Sorry?
Like leave Discord?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the Discord group chat.
Yeah. Okay.
So that
Sounds
I'm
good.
not just talking at you guys about stuff that I'm doing in the sound design thing. But
It's fine, because
rope
also
me back
there's
in
a.
for whatever you need, or if Max shows up so we can say hi.
Okay. But there's a delay as well, so I can't really watch the stream at the same time.
Yep.
So I'll that sounds good.
Okay. Talk soon. All right, stream. Real live game chats. It's the good stuff. So I think that like the silence here, I don't know what I was talking about. I think I was just looking at that other file in a different scale. This silence looks the same. The duration, yeah, duration is 1/10 of a second. It's fine. I was noticing back in that other file, there are a bunch more barks, but I don't think there's enough. Doesn't seem to be enough sort of difference in character to these to justify doing 1,000,000 of them. How do I scroll? I should know how to scroll. I don't think there's enough variety in these to really justify doing more than kind of 5. Like they don't have enough individual character. So I might move on. Like I'm not 100% sure I didn't just edit this file. You know what I mean? It looks like the same file. It is the same file. That's the same source. How did I do that? I must have grabbed the same selection twice. Or maybe this is going from... Oh, I hope I haven't been... This magic thing. Oh, so what have I been doing? Save selection as is what I've been doing, right? Or no? My brain is just freezing. So I've grabbed my audio here. How have I been putting this to a new file? File, save selection as. So save selection as would put it to a new file. But that's not what I've been doing to get my new. Yeah, paste. Oh, you know what? I think my clipboard. What I wanted to do was selection to new file all the time. I think I've literally been editing the same file all the time because it was in the clipboard and I was doing copy to new instead of selection to new, which is a different thing. Let's see how many of these are the exact same file. The marvels of live streaming. Same file, same file, same file. They are all going to be the same file, aren't they? Okay. Do over. So this, revert. Close. Don't save. Close all. No, that's the stereo one. Maybe we didn't save the split one. That's fine. That's fine. Extract. Close. Close. Here we are, back where we were some time ago. Okay. I think this is the one we did. I was gonna say there was really like no variety in the barks, right? I'm like, why are we doing so many of these? They're all the same. The life of a human doing stuff. Okay. Nuking this, because this is done. All right, new process. Grab this, instead of copy to new, save selection as. And then I'm going to jot down which ones are actually done. Actually, I should delete the ones that are not actually done is what I should do. Major error. Okay, 0 is done. 1 is in progress. Overwrite it. Yes, it's exactly the same as the other one. These two are bogus. These three are bogus. So this is the lack of experience showing that my process was not good. But it doesn't open. It doesn't automatically open it. Fine. All right, doing my thing. All that talk about like, oh, the human ear can tell if the thing is exactly the same file. So interestingly, so the durations do seem to be different. So what we could do is we could, when I'm putting these sound sources together in Wwise, Wwise has like kind of a silence generator, so it's not going to take up room in the bank, but it knows that it can play. You can have a silence that's a duration that's part of a sound, right? So we can either have a random sound between a random duration of silence that is, I think that's what we'll do actually, that is realistic. Or we can actually associate the specific silence with the specific barks. I think random is probably good. So let's keep track of what the actual spaces are. For the different samples. So on 0, base was 100. 0, 1, it is 60. Agree? 60-ish. That looks like it might be flavor. But it's not delicious enough to keep. Honestly, sounds the same as the other one. I'm not going to do more than 5 of these, even though we have more than 5 in the source. Unless one has like a ton more character than the others. Okay, you have character, buddy. Oh, that one's different. Different. Save selection as is my new friend. So okay, so my science before was like, oh wow, the duration between the barks is exactly the same in all these files. This was literally coming from the clipboard. Such a thingamabobber. What other ridiculous foibles will we encounter today? That is character. That's different. That yip is tippy. What about you? A little boring. Sounds like the earlier ones. Oh, there's the hand I was looking for. This one has nice energy. Oops, wrong part. Does it? I mean, yeah, it's more. I said he has more energy, and then looking at it, isn't it like it's got 3 decibels more than everyone else? I think he has a different energy. Definitely get him. Or her. It. Where's the end of this? Is it? I guess if, yeah, because this one has probably the least amount of space. I guess part of it is the energy. Energy in the performance. The fact that the energy is a bit different almost makes me want to specifically associate that space with this spark, but like these are the things I'm thinking about. Like these are the things that are coming up as I'm doing the thing. Again, this is like probably way more effort than this specific case actually needs, right? Because like, as I said, we've got 9 good yelps here that we can randomize between. I think I was always going to have to come in and like treat the reverb tails of the different parts, like the pre, mid, and bonus. I was going to have to treat the reverb differently on these. But I guess, long story short, I'm probably overthinking it. Random space, even the same space between them all would be fine, right? Wwise does let us do random space, so we could do a random space between 33 and 140 milliseconds and get realistic coyote barks with a lot of variety, right? Overthinking it, but decisions have to be made about these various things. Good bark. Should probably cut this because we did cut it. Director, cut it. Are you a good bark? Different pitch. Maybe useful. So I think we have a couple around this pitch. And we only have one kind of around this pitch, so let's grab this one as well. I mean, I said I was going to do 5. I did say that. I think it's probably worth having another lower pitch one in because statistically there are more of them, it seems. So I will do 5. Oh, wait, were these 1 base or 0 base? Maybe this is 5. This is why it should be consistent. I see 5. I see 5 little files here. That's enough. Plenty. It's fine. It's good. So we only have 2 of the long calls, or the bonus calls, I should say. So I think. Oh no, we don't. We have. One, 2, 3. We have 3. Yeah, we only have 3 of them, so I think I will do them next. This one looks kind of the easiest in terms of the reverb. Let's go. Bonus call. Oh yeah, so much of that is reverb. So that's basically the sound. I think this is part of it too. The wait. That's the call. Everything else is reverb. I'm not going to worry about the reverb too much. This is reverb from the previous call. Let's see if we fade all this in, because some of this is going to be that reverb too. I do hear room in that sample. I'm not too bothered by it. The earlier we fade this out, the less reverby it's going to kind of sound. But then we also lose some of the character of the thing. Let's listen. That sounds so dry now, right? We lose that the downturn at the end of the thing. But it still sounds like a coyote to me. And it sounds a lot drier, right? So we can throw that in the game and have the level 2 positioning and reverb on it. Happy with that. Bam. Oh, I did say I was gonna take out the barks I wasn't using, mark things as used. I did not do that everywhere. I feel like this has enough kind of like subcalls in it that the subcalls are all going to have kind of reverb that we can't really get rid of. That is life. Bonus call number 2. Quick bathroom break. Just save this thing before I go. Maybe, obviously, I'm back from break. Had a little bathroom break, and I got some snacks, so we can have the ASMR portion, food eating of the stream. That sounds the same to me if I start it from here, or if I start it from the beginning. Almost. That high squeal has a lot of sort of built-in reverb on it. I don't think we can get away from that. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Unless I have to later on. We would have to drill into like chopping out that resonant frequency. I don't think it's worth it. That's all reverb. So, pretty good. Pretty dry, especially at the end. So we could get into that's like how much of this is like the end of the call versus just the reverb on it. Yeah, this sample just comes with some room tone. I'm not, because it's destructive, I'm not going to chop this out yet. And in Wwise, there are literally, you can do dynamic EQ on this these days. We'll come back to this if it doesn't work in the scene, right? We do the same thing at the top, right? We could, if we really wanted everything to be dry, and I'm not cleaning these up, I'm just sort of showing. That didn't work as well. But you could chop out reverb tails from individual elements a little bit. If you really needed the thing to be dry. Oh, I'm gonna say hi to Max.
always black. So it's like I'm happy to keep doing stuff in Blender, but like there's no auto, as you know, there's no auto map. And now, Wade, did you share with people that like when I separated the church into 3 parts?
I haven't shared anything with anyone.
Okay, so
I'm back.
one
by
of the
way.
things
I poked my head in.
Andrew.
Does Max know I'm streaming this?
Oh, I
Yeah, I
don't
think
know.
I saw the post somewhere.
So, yeah.
Hello, the online world.
Hello, chat. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted, but I thought it
That's okay.
probably important to call that out.
Okay, thanks. So when I took the spire off the church, I just separated it. So then it was like the floor, the spire, and then the building itself. Wade said it fixed the problem. And I didn't do anything to the model other than split it, like cut it. But it's the same model. We tried to do it with the wagon where I removed like the wheels. So like it would come in as 2 different parts, and that didn't work for the wagon. So yeah, anyway, that's where we are with it.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it's critical for today's, for what we're doing today. I just wanted to try that out just to see if it did anything, but obviously it doesn't exist. So, I'll keep looking to see if I can find something, after today, I think. So, yeah, I guess that's it for that.
Okay.
Max, with regards to that message you got, I think you can uninstall that. It's something, I think I installed it. It was called Dependency Hunter, and it needs Git, and basically it like finds any unreferenced assets in the game.
Super useful.
Oh,
You
then just install
it?
Git. I didn't uninstall it. I'm just saying
Oh.
if Max is getting the error. It looks like you don't have Git installed. Do you have that installed, Max?
It's weird. I thought I did. I mean, I guess I use like GitHub Desktop, but maybe Git itself isn't installed on my desktop anymore.
Because I don't get that error message.
Yeah, because I definitely installed Git at some point, but maybe it is not there anymore. Yeah, I was still able to like launch Unity and stuff. I just now have like an eternal error sitting in my console. That'll probably get fixed by just installing Git.
Yeah. Jillian, the only other thing I would add about that issue is when I brought it into just like a blank scene and ran the whatever mapped it or whatever the colors and everything, it's still even in that scene happened. So it's even with like default settings. I'm not sure.
Sorry, could you explain that again?
So like if I just created a scene, like a test scene, a lighting scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I imported, let's say for example, the wagon, or the cart or whatever it's called, and then I generate the light maps, it still did the same thing. Like it still caused that issue. Like it was black. So I don't, it's not the scene itself either, is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the model. Right? That's what we're...
Yeah, it looks like it's the model. I mean, you know what, the other last thing I wanted to try was creating a whole new project, importing the wagon, and just see what happens in a completely unrelated to volleyball.
Yeah.
And see what happens.
Yeah, okay. The other thing I can do right now, I'm in like an older version of like, what if I just like try to re-import this church again? Like, this is like an older model of it before, like this is the one before I split it.
Right.
Let me just try this right now and give it to you. I'm going to color it something outrageous so that you don't get confused about it being the wrong one.
Okay.
Like, it's basically a... Give me a sec here.
Yeah, and I got the pet Libro thing for the cats, but I got the dual one. I'll see if Simon loses weight.
Oh, is that the I appreciate you gotta push. Oh my god, she's trying to get in the door. I put an elastic band so it would close behind her, and she's just doesn't want to push it in. The auto feeder?
Yeah.
Preach. I'll have to figure it out.
Oh, I'm unmuted. I'm gonna talk at my stream some more, but let me know if you need anything from me.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I'll be back. I don't know how much of this I need. Looks like fade out isn't as aggressive at the end as I'd kind of prefer. If there's more content. Anyway, good to know. Yeah, we're gonna, so, again. Interesting. Reverb in the source. So if we get a nice in-engine reverb, I think this won't be too distracting. But you can hear the reverb tails on the high pitches mixed into this, and you can't take it out really. Although, you know, people have AI algorithms that will try. It'll be fine, I think. I should do science on the main call versus the bonus call. We'll do that later on. That is not it. Sure. That sounds reasonably dry for some reason to me. Except for, of course, my fade out seems to have a little like mostly fade out, but then not. Maybe I should have tried some of these with the Wwise reverb before I made my final decision about how aggressively to go after the reverb. I mean, the nice thing about the in-engine reverb is that it's stereo, right? Which puts some separation between, any sort of reverb that's maybe coming that's embedded in the sample, and then what sounds like it's coming from the space. So I think it'll read fairly well. I mean, I should listen to the thing before I start editing it, probably. Oh, so nice. This one's the best so far. It's maybe a bit aggressive. Hmm. like psychoacoustically, the most important parts of the sound are the entry and the exit. So our brain will forgive some room tone in the middle. Like I know something's wrong, but basically it sounds like dry, you know? And it'll sound a lot better, I think, with dynamic reverb. Derp. File. In my head, I was thinking about, so we have, I probably should have done this earlier. Once we had a couple of each, we could have gone into Wwise and started showing you the algorithm stuff. And I was just focused on plowing away at the work. I do think I will grab the rest of these before we jump into Wwise. We've come this far. This is going quickly. Cute. I want a coyote. Not sure why Audition does this. Okay, you sure you want to fade out? Because it looks like there's more audio here. That one has some dogs barking in the background as well. Think about that. I don't know what that is. Oh, I know what it is. That's the beginning of the second call, right, that I cut out. So this is what we care about. We want this-ish. Might skip this one. It's got dogs barking in the background too. We're gonna skip this one. Save over that one. We already have 6 of these, which is a fair amount of variety. We need more. Some digital noise in this, maybe. I mean, there's this at the end. Let's take that out. Yeah, there's a, like a click. Where are you? Why does it not want to fade to 0? Like, what's going on? Effects. Hmm. I mean, I like it. There's a lot of character. Let's keep it from now. We can throw it. We can always throw it away later, right? Oh my gosh, stream, we're so close. Not sure what it's doing here with the end of this. Like, I kind of assume linear fade to 0, but doesn't seem to be what I get. Lots of character. The ultimate Yelp. Oops. Close this. Let's try that again. I don't like what it did to my selection there. Promised some more science. Because we have like probably, or we've definitely inserted silence between the main calls and the bonus calls. So let's double check what that spacing was like. So 114 milliseconds-ish. And I did these out of order, but yes, we do care. I forget where we cut this one. This might have been the one we threw away even. Where does the barking stop? Oh, it's almost right away in this case. Different animal, maybe? Let's call that 0. And say sometimes they flow into each other. And this is, I believe this is the one we edited first. I don't remember. I mean, I see more endings here than I remember editing. Yeah, we did this one. No, this is one call. So we definitely did this one. 100. Oh my gosh, people. We get to open up Wwise. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a loop. In engine, we're going to have these positioned at various places, 3 or 4 places off in the distance. But we only have to design it once. You can use it in 4 different places. So there's going to be a looping container that's playing a random sequence of coyote calls. And each coyote call is going to be a performance that has a pre-bark of silence or one of these 5, a main call, forget how many we have, at least 6, 7, and maybe a bonus call. It's going to be either silence or a bonus call, mix and matchy. Let's do the mix and matchy thing first and see if we can stick that container inside another container. If not, we'll have to write some code. I do think I need a little bit of a break with my headphones off, though. I think a 10-minute break-ish. I will start a timer for all y'all. These are not the most comfortable headphones. And I'm not used to them. And I don't usually use my studio monitors for like work calls. Apparently break is over. To remove the break banner. Okay. So to recap, we want to build Coyote, just in Coyote call behavior. And the performances are going to involve a pre-call bark, sometimes, about half the time, a main call, and we've got 7 of these-ish, and then sometimes, maybe a third of the time, we're going to have a bonus call. So our playback object in Wwise is going to grab maybe one of these, definitely one of these, and then maybe one of these is the goal. I know it can be done in Wwise. I am not yet a Wwise expert who lives in Wwise, so we will figure this out together. I know it can be done. I do not know exactly how. So for those of you who are looking for cool, rapid pipeline pro tips, this is the amateur hour portion. Let's go. Find ye old Wwise launcher. Find ye old Wwise project. We're working in Wwise 2022.1 build whatever. Currently, we're not using bleeding edge tools, and everyone's kind of part-time on the project right now. It's easy to kind of disrupt production. So one of the things we're not doing is staying super up to date on all our tools. This is probably overdue for a refresh. This is not also going to break anything in our project. The project is in Unity, by the way. And, you know, Wwise is very loosely coupled, by and large. Okay, so the thing that we want to do, I think, is create audio that is actually a bucket, right? I feel like there's a tutorial on how to do this. Do I want to largely ignore it? Okay, the thing that we definitely want to do is create a new mix group for Western ambience. Not at that level though. Undo. New mix group for Western. We will follow the nomenclature of our previous expert. Okay, so in here, we're going to put in a random container. no, we're going to put in a blend container. Really call. So this is what's going to play. A blend container. And I think we should be in designer layout. Do not actually know what I'm doing here. Western, coyote call, contents. So I don't actually want to I think blend track is not what I want. What I want to do is I want a sequence that has 3 parts, right? Let's look up the Wwise tutorial. Footsteps. I should have done more research. Oh, I know where I saw this recently. Silence. Yes, so what we actually want to do is, so this is Wwise 101 certification lesson 2, designing a soundscape, creating a sequence. So this is what we want to do. We want, we have a separate head and middle and tail. So we're going to stick them together using a sequence container, not a blend container. Today I learned. Delete. New child, sequence container. So the coyote call has a playlist. How does one add things to the playlist? Let's read up on this together. We'll tie the head and tail together using an object called sequence container. Oh, well, we could have created the children first and then create a sequence, create a new parent from them. I guess new child random container. This is going to be one pre-call bark. I should have checked our nomenclature. Yeah, pre-call bark looks right. I think here I'm doing a lot of speculating and trying stuff out here. Yeah. Because as I said, I don't live in Wwise. I know it can do these things. I haven't done them very much. So pre-call bark, we've got 5 of them on disk. I think we could just drop them in here. Yeah, where do we want to put them? The audio file within the project. Originals. I must select an item inside here. Western ambience. Let us be consistent. Where are they coming from? Yeah, this is where they're coming from. Template match mode. Boom. Cool. So for those of you brand new to this, this randomizer object will just pick one. These basically all sound the same. I mean, not really, but let's open the original a little bit, because I don't typically normalize my sound files, because it I mean, it's just a multiply, but it actually does when you multiply the volume and save it, every one of those samples, like you're already taking a digital approximation of an analog sound. So even if you do something as simple as multiply the whole thing, because of like rounding errors, which aren't huge when in 48, however many bits we have, 24 bits, right? But just because of rounding errors, you change the source just by changing the volume. So you can normalize the file in the source. You're actually changing the sample. I'm probably overthinking that, but I didn't normalize all these sources. I also kind of wanted them to have the same relative volume as the original performances, right? Like this bark was louder than this other bark, to kind of preserve that. This seems kind of quiet, so I was gonna, I think, turn up the volume on the whole thing. So this is going to be a multiply that's applied at runtime. So a bunch of different effects are going to be applied to the sound at runtime already. So, you know, the sound is going to change, but I just don't want to have too many photographs of the original sample sitting on the actual hard drive. If that makes sense. It doesn't make sense. But anyway, so I'm going to like quote unquote normalize it by looking at how much volume would we have added if we normalized the original file, right? And so then like in my head it's like by throwing a runtime gain in here, we sort of do a runtime normalization before we mess with other levels. Doobity-doo. Do I want to do that? I don't want to do that. I'll just turn up my volume so I can hear this a bit better. Anyway, so yeah, we've got the pre-call bark. So it's playing them in random order. The randomness can be game object scope or global scope. I think we want global scope because we're going to have a few different game objects playing these, and we don't want the same sample twice in a row, even if it's coming from two different directions. Standard versus shuffle. Shuffle, I think, plays them all before it does any repeats. I think we want that. Avoid repeating the last one played. So it could get to the end of the list, shuffle and start again, and come up with the last one it just played again. And we want it to not do that. And I think we want to, this does influence the actual randomness of the things, but let's not, if we heard it, when we shuffle, don't shuffle, shuffle in the last two later on. Anyway, I don't know what the algorithm they use on this, but again, the whole digital fatigue thing, we don't want the exact same sample playing. These sound really similar to me already. All these barks, so similar. Remember when we literally edited the same sample 5 times? So, so now here's an interesting thing. Some of the time, instead of playing the bark, we want to play silence. So I was kind of hoping, oh, there is a wait here. I was going to say, I was kind of hoping there's a wait parameter, because we don't want to have like, if I want this to have this happen half of the time, I didn't want to add in 5 silence objects. I wanted to add 1 silence object that's weighed 50% of the time. So let's do that. New child. Silence. How long are these? I should have jotted that down. Length 0. Length 0. That's just not true. Ugh. All right. I did not jot this down earlier. I'm sorry. So sorry. Oh, I could probably see this in Wwise. Well, this is open now. Duration. Excel. Oh, wait, we don't care. I'm being silly now. This silence can be basically instantaneous, right? Because we're just, some of the time we're not having a bark. It doesn't have to have any duration. We're not syncing it to any visual. Yeah, the duration can be, are you a second? What is your, are you milliseconds or seconds? So let's rename this. Okay. Silence. Okay, so now 17-ish% of the time when we play this, we should get silence. There we go. So we got silence, we got it in different places, it's shuffling, it's avoiding repeating. And then in our quote unquote science, listening to the tapes, we decided that half of the time in the wild, we get a bark. So we can do that by changing the weight. So, I mean, math is kind of trivial in this case. If we add the weights all up, we get 100. So 50% of the time, we're going to get the bark, and 50% of the time, we're going to get, 50% of the time we're going to get silence, and then the other 50% of the time we're going to get one of these barks. Let's listen. Silence, bark, 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 silence, bark, 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 bark. You know what? I have a feeling that because we're shuffling the deck, the weight doesn't work the way I want it to. So let's switch to standard. Now I think we'll hear the weight happening. I might have to read up on the weight because it seems like this is happening, the silence is happening much less than 50% of the time, even though it has 50% of the weight. So there are a couple ways I could approach this. I could do some reading on it and do some research, reading, and science. But I'm like, by nature, I'm kind of like a designer, right? And there are knobs in front of me. So I'm just gonna do this. It's like, it doesn't sound like it's happening about half the time, right? So I'm just gonna play with knobs. So I'm gonna roll today. I don't know if I have to save this or not for that to take effect. Like how aggressively it caches things. So it's still unscientifically, like 2/3 of the time we're still getting barks. I haven't heard 2 silences in a row. Well, so there is this avoid repeating last 2. That might be influencing things too, right? Because if it's supposed to happen 50% of the time, but we can't get 2 in a row, that's definitely going to influence it. Okay, I'm going to turn this off. Avoid repeating last one. Okay, so we'll never get 2 silences in a row, but I do want 2 silences in a row. Okay, that is what was messing up with the math. Messing up the math, actually, right? If it can't repeat the silence, you're not going to get it 50% of the time, no matter what the weight is. So we're going to add another silence so that the repeat rule doesn't influence the weighting very heavily. Duplicate. Where's duplicate? Wish I were. I'm not a power user here. I'm just going to insert another one. Copy the name at least. What am I doing? New child, silence. Rename. So we do have 2 silence samples here because I don't want any of these samples repeating. I guess I could give them their own container that doesn't have repeats. And it picks between okay, so I'm already overthinking it. Why? Okay, I am streaming, so I should probably talk through it. Containers can contain containers, right? So what I can do is put these in a random container that has random barks, coyote, random barks. And this one, because these are actual samples that we don't want to hear twice in a row, in here we're going to put the rule for like, don't play the same digital sample twice in a row, right? So now we have a random bark here, or we have silence. And then the silence mixer, we can say 50% of the time I want silence, 50% of the time I want random barks. Don't avoid repeating the last, right? Just flip a coin every time. And we don't have to shuffle. The deck is it's always flipping a coin, whether we're getting silence or a bark. So now I think I've solved a couple things. So half the time we're going to get a bark, half the time we're going to get silence. When it's a bark, we're shuffling the deck. We're going to go through the deck before we do any repeats. And when we shuffle, we're going to make sure the last 2 we actually played are not at the top of the deck. The scope of this is global. So whether or not, like the next digital file we play was not going to be played for this listener the last 2 times this was called, to avoid that ear fatigue. And now the weight of these, it doesn't really matter, it's all equal, but let's put it back to the default so that there aren't like red herrings for future designers in terms of what the weight is supposed to be. So while we're in here, I'm not going to play with it unless it starts seeming, we get into the game and it starts seeming really repetitive. Like I did say, like a lot of these barks kind of sound the same. There we go, 2 silences in a row, 3 silences in a row, a bark, 2 barks in a row. So this is, now we're getting it sounds like it's happening kind of half the time. bark or silence. One of the really cool things you can do in Wwise that helps with ear fatigues, especially if we didn't have 5 different barks and we wanted more variation in here, we could come into the barks and add a random pitch shift, which some of these have different pitches. As part of the character of it, like these two. Ruh, 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 ruh. So like there's around a semitone difference in the source already. So like I think realistically, we could introduce random pitch change on these. Again, this is like you're taking a real sound and you're adulterating it. But if it was like a coyote machine gun and you were getting like 10 barks a second, you might want a little more variety than the 5 samples that we've put in, right? And sometimes it's really obvious that that's just the same sound that's pitch shifted. But especially if we've got 5 different sources and we're not repeating the last digital file anyway, throwing in some random pitch changes could provide a little more or a lot more variety, right? I'm not going to do it. I'm done. We spent a lot of time on the pre-call bark. Let's add the next thing in the sequence. Next thing in the sequence is another random container to main call. Got 8 of these. That's delicious. So much variety. There's going to be so much more variety than we need in this little project. Let's put them in. So select a folder to import your audio files. So these are bringing the assets into the place that the project is going to use to build the banks. So this is a different place than where I'm actually doing the design on my hard drive. I'm not going to drill into how one should manage their pipeline because I really don't. We're figuring it out on this project. I haven't shipped anything with Wwise, so we were super spoiled in terms of how we managed our pipeline 20 years ago back in the pseudo interactive days because we were building our own tools, right? Doesn't sound spoiled, does it? But how the metadata was stored and how the assets were stored and how the encoded files were stored and how the source control was working. We didn't have to worry about these formats and what the tool was expecting. Anyway, I'm going to become a power user and then I'll post tips on how to be a power user. None of these have a template. Like templates is another thing that I will learn someday. But yes, these are actually going into this. This is where I want the originals. Make it so. Okay, this one, we always want the main call, so we don't have to worry about mixing in silence. I'm going to follow my own, don't give me the last 2 actual digital files. And we're a bit spoiled. We have 8 of these, so I can say, don't give me the last 3. And, shuffling changes the math of like how soon things come up. And it affects the randomness of the shuffle, but so here's the main call random. Lots of variety there. And now if we call the main sequencer, we should get a pre-call bark and the main call in sequence. I haven't played with this before. I assume it's just going to work. See what happens. Nothing happened. Play. Play now. Play. So sadly, because I don't know how it works, it's not working. I think what happens is this. Drop in a playlist. Pre-call bark. Nothing. Pre-call bark. Oh, okay. So here's what, there are controls up here that I need to learn. Play type is sequence. At the end of the playlist, restart. Play mode is time. Andrew, time to go to the documents. So if I just select Coyote call and hit play now, I'm getting... Yes. Every time I call it, it's playing the next thing in the playlist. We want it to play the whole playlist. And in order to do that, we want it to play the sequence. We want it to be always reset playlist. Okay, I think it's going to work now. So I'm just looking at what the buttons are and what I think they're supposed to do. So it was stepping before. So every time I called play, it was playing the next thing in the playlist. We want it to play the whole playlist. I think this is going to do it now. I think that's it. I think we're done. Yeah, so it's like it's doing a bark and then a call, which is exactly what we wanted. It's doing play our bark and then play our main call and then done. We could, here's what happens if we turn this on. So anyway, this play mode continuous is play all the steps, right? The steps are over here in the playlist. And it's showing, it's kind of cool. When we click it, it shows which one it picks every time. Like these are the main things. But it's actually showing all the content, which is kind of neat. I kind of thought it would just be the list of containers we're picking from. So that time it didn't do a bark, and then it did that main call. That time was main call 01, main call 07, main call 05. That time it was pre-bark 3 and, I don't know, main call 6 probably if we just did 5, because it's not meant to repeat, right? Little bark in this, which reminds me that in real life, when we did the science on these, actually, this spacing isn't right. After the barks, before the main call, there's between 33 milliseconds and 140 milliseconds of spacing, right? So, how do we? This zooms into it. I was kind of hoping there would be a random delay on the step of the playlist. However, I think we can do a random delay on the container. And if not, we can insert silence of a random duration. I kind of don't want there to be silence unless there's a pre-call bark, because otherwise we're just introducing a delay for no good reason. Initial delay. I'm comfortable with there being an initial delay. How do we make it a random initial delay? So there's not always going to be a bark, but we're gonna always have a delay because there may have been a bark. That's the way we're gonna handle that. There could be what are your units? Initial delay. Are you already in milliseconds? Let's assume it's milliseconds. What the? Oh, I guess it can't be greater than this. So the longest is 140. Oh, I don't know if these are seconds or milliseconds. We'll soon find out. Actually, this is the way to find out. Okay, it has to be an offset. More math, man. What did we say? 33 and 144? 33 and 140. So we're always going to have a 33-second delay, and we might have up to 140, which means we have to add 107. So we can have an offset of up to 107 more. Okay. We're going to have a delay of 33. We're going to have up to 107 more. Let's find out if those are seconds or milliseconds. I think they're seconds. Anyway, stop that. All right. I guess there's a delay. I mean, the little delay sign flashes. Didn't flash that time. That time it. So, all right, let's run the whole thing again, see if there's a gap between the bark and the main call. That timing sounded a lot more like the original file now, right? You could hear that there was a separate bark before the thing. Yep. Science. So that one had no bark. No bark. Separate bark, and it had a nice long space. And then earlier I started to say, but then didn't say, the other way that you can use these sequences is if you have a bunch of things that you want to gather together in one queue. We're gonna eventually put this call inside a loop in the world. A similar sort of thing. Sometimes it's just playing silence for a random duration. And sometimes there's a distance coyote call, right? So this whole call container is going to go to another container that's going to be a sequence that's going to be sometimes you're calling, sometimes it's just silence. And because the sequence can loop. So we've been just call a bark, call a bark, call a bark, but I'm not pushing anything anymore. We're just playing our sequence over and over again. So there's there should be a fair amount of variety there. Listening to it, I don't have a lot of ear fatigue. It's not like, oh, it's the same samples over and over again. There's a little bit of it. Some of the yells are, it's like, I've heard that call before, right? I think that there's a lot less variety in the barks than I'd kind of like. I feel like I want to have the barks, if maybe more variety in the barks and maybe have them more often. But anyway, so there's a lot of variety here though, right? Because we could have, we've got these 7 main calls. Each of these 7 calls can come in 6 different flavors, right? So 7 times 6, so we've got 30 different combos. So admittedly, a lot of them sound the same. Like the barks are kind of similar. That's making me want to throw in random pitch on the barks. I could do that in here. Decide for each voice how much randomness I think is appropriate. But I think probably a semitone is fine. I wonder if these are cents or semitones. Let's assume they're cents. This will be super gross if these are semitones. So this is part of the sequence. We're throwing in a random pitch shift when it plays the bark. Sorry, it's part of the container, part of the bark container, rather than on the individual sounds. The container is just introducing, when you play a bark, do a pitch shift. Let's see if that makes them sound a little more varied. Oh, it's having the random bark level. So let's actually, we were hearing the silence more than I really wanted. Well, this is below when the pitch shift would be applied. Nope, it says pitch is happening. Let's go here. Let's remove it from here. Disable. So we'll put it on the bark container. We'll put a pitch shift. Enable. Yeah. Almost too subtle. I mean, on average, we're not going to get the extremes anyway, but we don't want the extremes to sound bad, but I'm assuming these are cents, where, oh, maybe 100 cents is a semitone. Yeah, 100 cents is a semitone. No wonder it didn't sound like much. You want to be a little bit careful with this because changing the pitch also changes the pacing. And in sounds where you care about the reverb content of the file, it's also going to change the sound of the room. So you don't want to change the pitch too much. Otherwise, it sounds like a digital pitch shift, and you're changing the size of things and the pacing of samples. Pitch shift, pitching the shift up makes the sound shorter, pitching it down makes it longer, which affects the pacing. We were careful about, the pacing of the random bark to the silence. I like that better. There's some more, it sounds like there's more variety. Oh, wrong thing. I wanted to go back and hear the whole sequence now. Well, let's turn off the loop. To me, that sounds like there's a lot of variety happening already. We haven't even put in the third part, which is the bonus calls. Let's check in and see if my team needs me. My team doesn't care. Part of the reason I haven't... So I've been working on this project for... I guess in February it'll be 2 years. Very part-time. I came in originally as an audio programmer because they had... I mean, they still have... So... there's not a full-time project team, right? There was a very active sound designer who was very good and who was very into Wwise, like the full package game sound design, who got very busy and hasn't been able to be part of the production schedule right now. We want to have him again eventually. And also a composer. So in the past, I've done music composition. In the past, ancient past, I've done sound design. One of my passions for game audio is the logic, game audio logic. That's this stuff that we're looking at now. I used to be coding in C Sharp. No, I lie. So I was mostly coding back in the day for when I was professionally video game audio programmer. C+ is what I was programming in. So a lot of this logic, we would have, we had our own algorithms for doing all these kinds of things. Oh, it's stepping through these assets, and here's how we're going to manage the sound for that. So I love now that there's things like Wwise. Anyway, long story longer. I was brought in as a sound programmer because there's some dynamics physics sim systems in this game that the kind of things that I'm really interested in. I was super excited back in the day about, getting the engine RPM crossfades and pitch shifts and stuff like that working in full auto, physics sim collision sounds, the dynamic environment-based reverb stuff I was talking about at the top of this call, and skid sounds, some of the other really dynamic things we did. That sort of stuff, right? Like you can't just record every possible physics sim thing that can happen in a car combat game and then attach it to the physics event when it happens. A lot of algorithms figuring out at runtime how to make things match the visual, right? Sell the video and match the emotional and story context. I forgot how I started on this long tangent. That's why the reason why I don't spend a lot of time in Wwise is because we had a guy. So I'm not super fast with this, but as I'm learning with you, and this is doing, I think, what we intended. I think the audio fatigue would come from, we do only have 8 of these main calls, and they are kind of recognizable. We could, the main calls are kind of long and kind of multi-part. So we could break these in half, right? So you could get like, like the head of this with the tail of that, you know what I mean? Like, because when it stitches these sequences together, when Wwise stitches these sequences together, it's sample accurate, right? So as long as this is happening at a 0 crossing and we make sure it works, we could stitch together a bunch of variety in these calls, I think, by cutting them up. I'm not going to go there. These are not going to be, they're not going to be continuous coyote calls either, right? It's like every once in a while there's going to be a call in the distance, separated by a lot of time, and we're avoiding repeating the last 3 plays played, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. But for the purposes of this exercise, it doesn't sound like there's as much variety as I thought there might sound like. And there are things we could do about that. But one of the things is these calls optionally have a tail, right? We said like about a third of the time. So let's do it. Bonus calls came 0 to 114 milliseconds later. Initial delay, enable randomizer, maximum offset is in seconds. And I just said it, and I don't remember what it is. 114. Close enough. These are also going to be kind of recognizable, but once they're tied in into a package with maybe a random pre-bark, and it's coming out of a different main call, and the pacing is a little bit different, I think this will add a lot more spice, a lot of variety. Bring in the originals here. Bring in those files there. That's where the metadata for them is going, not the actual binary. Sorry, the binary is going in the first folder, and the metadata is going in the second folder. Okay, bonus calls. I forgot that I was gonna do silence some of the time, so we should do that again. Random bonus calls. It's fine. It's fine that the delay is here. I think some of the time we're going to be delaying silence, but silence. Okay, now we can put our weights on these. We want silence to happen twice as often, right? 33% of the time we're getting a random bonus call. So let's hear what that sounds like. There's that. We want to, we're using the weight, so we're not avoiding repeating. We're just going to go, it's going to be every time, flip our 3-sided coin, whether it's going to be a bonus call or if it's going to be silence. Bonus call. Bonus call. bonus call, silence, bonus call, silence. I expect to hear silence more. Like it's in theory it has twice the weight here. Standard, play type standard. We don't have avoid repeating anyway. Let's click this a few more times. Yes, yes. Silence. Yes. Silence. 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 Okay, that's more what I was expecting to hear. More silence than calls. So I think it's working. So hard to test randomness because all your test cases could be giving false negatives, right? Statistically. So my random bonus calls, these all have the same weight. If we hit them, shuffle them, avoid playing the last one. We only have 3, right? So there are only so many sequences we can get. If we avoid playing the last 2 when we shuffle it, then the first one is always the same. All right. Let's go back to our sequence and add bonus call. And let's hear this thing. Here is the final coyote call performance for you, gentle listener. Silent bonus call. Actual bonus call. So just the main call. Main call plus a bonus call. Nice. We got all 3. Pre, main, and post. Just the pre and main. Just the main. Just the main. Just the main. Pre and main. I want to hear more bonus calls. You know, one of the things I don't actually know. This is basically doing what I wanted, right? We've got our coyote performances that are I didn't see what it played there. So one of the things is that, like, not all of the sequences are going to go together as well as others. Like, it could be like pre-bark 4 and main call 1 don't sound right. They don't sound like an actual coyote performance, right? I don't think in Wwise there's a way to set up rules for that. Like, if it's one of these main calls, then turn off the bonus calls that don't work with it, right? Nothing is like egregious here, like, oh, that totally doesn't work and we can't have it. But it's worth keeping in mind, like, this, you can't, I don't think you can solve that sort of thing using this approach in Wwise. You'd have to get deeper into, like, containers within containers, you know, this, you'd have random sequences that have contain combinations that work, right? Instead of this is just all possible combinations. Or you could go into figure out some way to define it in code and do it in code. One of the really great things about Wwise though is that this is, it's now a tool with knobs, right? I haven't written any code today, and like, not that I don't enjoy writing the code, right? But this is it's cool that game audio logic is now, you do it, the audio designer does it in a tool, right? Rather than the programmer has to figure out all this stuff and we have to get the data to the programmer somehow. Preaching to the choir here probably. This is old news, but and betraying my age and my roots, I think this is pretty darn cool. I'm not going to try and figure it out now. We've been doing this for hours and hours. 4 hours with a couple of breaks. But I am curious about what this sounds like if we send it through the reverb. As I said, we were working with another sound designer for a while. I don't think he set up any reverbs. Any buses, right? I can't remember. I'm not going to get into trying to figure that out today. Oh, there are. We do have submixes here. But we don't have auxiliary buses. I forget how we set those up even. I'm not going to try and get the reverb working for you today. I think I did mostly what we set out to do, which is a performance of a coyote call that could occur at random intervals without too much audio ear fatigue. That one didn't sound too convincing. I'm not sure that was a great performance, Coyote. But again, like, this is going to be, we're not going to be in the studio listening to these samples. This will be positioned in a 3D environment in the VR headset to be like off in the distance out of view, right? So it's going to be, that sound happened like over there, and we're going to crank up a lot of like canyon reverb on it. So I think this will be delightful. Someday I may do a sequel to this where you get to listen to it with the visuals. Sound design makes so much more sense in context always. So yeah, part of it, you have to use more of your imagination than and like what is the use case for this thing? But here's the coyote call. This is what it's going to do. So I think though, I do think that what I need to put it in is my random looper container. Because we're going to drop 4 of these, 3 or 4 of these in the level, and they're just going to go off at random intervals. And again, back in the day, you would have to have a programmer write code to have those objects occasionally emit sound. But we can put a looper in those places ourselves. We're going to do it with another sequence container, and we're going to use some more silence. I put that in exactly the wrong place. Add to another sequence container. Actually, no, I want to randomize between coyote call and silence, right? That's what I want to do. Randomizer, new parent, random container. So some of the time we're going to get a coyote call. Some of the time we're going to get silence. The duration of the silence is going to be between... I don't think we ever get coyotes call. Oh, we could get overlapping coyote calls, not from the same location. So we're going to assume, like, I'm just making an executive decision here, design decision. The different locations in the map are going to be different animals. And so they're not going to overlap from the same location. I'm almost think there could be 2 coyotes at the same location now. I'm trying to decide. I think if you want them to overlap, you need a couple of emitters, because I don't think you can have a negative start. Duration of silence. So that animal is not gonna, needs to breathe. Takes 2 seconds to breathe. Its lungs aren't as big as mine. He could go like almost right away. He could take. So we do want people to. How often do we want people to hear these? Because should it be like rare? Well, for the purposes of testing, it's going to be 5 seconds, but we could have these like 5 minutes of silence between distant coyote calls, right? Which would make them kind of rare and interesting, and the player might notice them a bit more. So right now, turn off avoid repeating. It could be actually. We're not gonna do totally random. You know what? We're just gonna do a sequence. We're gonna play the coyote call, and then we're gonna play a random amount of silence. That's how we're gonna do it. But if we don't do random, then it's always gonna start with a coyote call, so they'll all be yelling when you load the level. So I think. But we don't want silence to play twice in a row. It's a conundrum, right? I think what we do is we put silence first and we play it in sequence, and the amount of silence is going to be random. So we rename this 1 silence. Does that put these in the right order? Yeah, so we get silence and then a coyote call. So it's not really a random container, it's just a... Oh, you know what's funny? Random container and sequence are the same thing. It just depends on what on this flag. Okay, so what we actually wanted was not a random container, but actually a sequence that has silence and coyote. And the amount of silence is random. It's between 1.5 and 5 seconds. And now we set this up to loop. And so now we should hear what I described. Two, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. So this is so we have the audio logic that I was looking for. We have an emitter that we can drop in the level, and then it's gonna play our coyote call performance every 1.5 to 5 seconds. And then we'll have to put this in the level and think about it. But I think that we want these to be kind of rare. So this is going to be maybe every 3 minutes, coyotes make noise, right? So now if I play this, we launch the level, all these emitters are going to turn on, and then I think it'll tell us, there's some way of seeing, I think, in the logs what value it picked for the random duration. But as you can hear, the coyotes are way less active now. I don't have the patience for this. What I'll do, let's audition the difference between, here's what a 15-second random silence sounds like between the calls, because we're not in game having the experience, we're in a design session showing off the concept. So after about 7 seconds, an animal made noise. About 5 seconds. At 3 seconds. So, yeah, so you get it. Without a programmer having to be involved, we can drop in these loops at different points, different places in the level, outside of the player in the next canyon kind of thing. And we'll have some random coyote drama going on. And even if we have 4 different coyotes in 4 different places in the level, we are not going to get, because of the way we set up the randomization on the individual files to be global scope, we're not going to get the same digital file twice in a row, even if they're kind of like all going off at once, which could happen. What could happen when you set up these random things? This is totally probably over-designed for what we're doing, but for the purposes of playing with it and doing a little YouTube slash Twitch demo. So it's just the right amount of overcomplicated, I think. Before I forget though, I'm going to turn this silence back to what I want in game, which is, I think, every couple of minutes they might go off. Because if we have 4 of these, then it's like 4 of them might go off every couple of minutes, right? So they're not going to be that rare. That's it. That's all my ears can take today. Thank you for checking this out. If you have enjoyed it, I'm glad.